Honestly, if I had to guess, probably won't speedrun this game. Just because Doom comes out a few days after I get back from PAX, and then Night Rain comes out in just a few weeks as well. So, yeah.
Lune.
I was right not to trust you.
And what would you have done in my position?
I wouldn't have betrayed my expedition. I would have warned them that everyone they cared about was about to be erased. That they were about to be erased. I would have told them the truth. Because after everything we've been through, we deserved that.
So you choose your expedition over your mother?
That's your problem. You think in false dichotomies. It wasn't an either-or situation. Other solutions were possible if you'd only trusted us enough to ask.
What if the route is fun and the build is cool? I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, you heard what I said, right? Doom is coming out, and then Night Rain's coming out. I don't see there being time to run this game. At least not in the immediate future.
Knowing what you know now, would you have helped me force my mother out of the canvas? I don't apologize for saving her. But I am sorry I broke your trust. And I will do everything I can to help bring everyone back.
Esquier!
Everyone's mad at you.
Are you?
Esquier can be sad.
I think it's like 2 or 3 hours, Salad.
Or even rad. But never, ever mad. Bad things happen when we get mad.
Oh, I know.
But I can never be mad at you.
I mean, the thing is, I'll probably still end up speedrunning Night Rain. I mean, I guess it depends how the game is structured, but I assume there will be like a penultimate Night Rain, or Night Lord boss, sorry. So, I mean, each day takes a set amount of time, but there is still, I mean, doing the boss fights quickly is essentially what's going to impact the, like, getting good builds and like doing the boss fights quickly is going to be what determines the final time of the run, I guess. It is kind of less appealing from a routing perspective though, when it doesn't really like matter how fast you do things, and there's also the element of RNG, but probably excuse me, probably still try to run Night Rain or something.
Can be sad. Bad.
We'll see. Did we win the game?
Save it.
No.
I don't need your mea culpa. You did what you felt you had to. Of course, you were wrong. But, oh well.
I thought you'd be more upset.
I was. I got over it. Everything I knew about our world is wrong. And you know what? I don't care. 'Cause death isn't death anymore. And that means I can see my husband again.
CL.
Oh, please. I'd sacrifice you in a heartbeat to get him back. So, I understand. We're good.
Thank you.
As long as you help me bring Pierre back. You owe me.
You got it.
We're definitely going to get Gustav back. It's just a matter of time.
Not to say I told you so, but I do believe that I did.
The skill tree
Tell you so.
has spoiled that Gustav is coming back. There's no way he's not coming back because, like, yeah, he has a skill tree that you just... Half of his skills are just locked, and you never get to see them. Yeah, I'm in local sub.
Thanks for the support.
Was it worth it? What will you do now?
I'll do my best to earn their trust back.
Quite a steep hill to climb.
I always forget that you can actually go... There's like a path through here. Wait. Chat, what the fuck did I just zip? Did I just fucking zip? What the fuck was that? What the fuck? What was... Oh, I guess this object is just bugged. That's weird. Huh. Let's see. What a find. Alright. Well, it's just because of the lantern on the ground. That's really weird though. Alright, anyways, have we found any more of the kids? I don't think so. We're missing 3. Oh, we can talk to Mael though. Or Alicia, I guess I should say.
We have to push Papa out of the canvas before he erases everything.
I'm surprised he hasn't already.
He's been weakened by his battle with Maman. That's probably why he hasn't come after us. But it won't stop him for long.
If you and your father keep fighting, you risk breaking the world again. Another fracture, but this time, it might be you trapped inside the monolith.
What's the alternative?
Maybe you should go home.
Professor.
You're fighting each other, but you're all doing the same thing.
No.
Eileen wants her son back. Renoir wants you and Eileen back. You want Gustav back. The cycle we needed to break wasn't a gommage. It's your family's cycle of grief. Our whole world carries the burden of your family's grief.
He has a point. Yo, Kazari, thank you for the 5 months, man. Thank you, dude. Oh, shit. Wait, are we checking up on the others? Oh, we are.
Nice hair.
Oh yeah. That.
I can't believe there's another world out there. A world I'll never get to see.
I'm sorry. I didn't... My memories... I would have told you if I'd known.
Don't apologize. You were trapped too. You lived among us. You're one of us. Even if you're also one of them.
It's so weird. I have memories of 2 childhoods. 2 homes. 2 Lumiere.
You're not an orphan anymore. You just found your family. Don't you want to be with them?
I love my family, but... they're all gone. In one way or another. And you're my family too. So are Gustav and Emma. And I didn't see it at the time, but... all the families who took turns taking care of me.
Maya.
This is a lot to take in.
Yeah. But for the first time in a long time, I have hope.
Create the greatest expedition in history. Return to Lumiere and defeat Renoir. Okay. She's writing a... Well, okay, I mean, immerses herself in Gustav's journal, poring over every detail. She will forever cherish his memory. Memories of Gustav inspire Mael. Oh, you... When she brings the apprentices back, they will want to read this story. Is that the level that... Is that the level 3... Wait, what the fuck even is that? Oh shit, void damage. Very high void damage to all enemies. 35% of a gradient charge. You have to be at a rest point to learn skills. Oh. Right. Oh, I can upgrade at the rest point now because I don't have to use the curator. All right. She gonna... No, I don't think she gets anything new. I don't know, I feel like Mael gets these new skills, which seems, I don't know, kind of OP. Holy shit, wait, I have 39? We're all about equality here. Still only have one grandiose one. It's a pretty big power spike though when you go past 19. All right. Well, let's go back into the world, shall we?
Clair, obscur, trouble, rature, clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, couvrera Eiffel. Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair, obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera Eiffel. Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle.
I think the last time I played, they spoke about bringing back some of the expedition members or something because they have chroma. Or wait, I don't know. There's something about like lingering chroma in like the corpses of the expeditioners. So I think she's bringing them back.
Clair, obscur, guardé aux peintures.
Something like that. Or I don't know if she's bringing them back. I don't know. She's doing something. Maybe she's just like getting the chroma from them. No, it looks like... Hey, Brog boy. Yeah, it looks like an army. That's true. SGA ability, fly! Oh my god, we can fly! Expel Renoir from the canvas.
Once we're ready, we can head to Lumiere.
Whee!
Hang on tight. Taking to the sky.
Oh my god, look at him go! Man, we can go pretty high, SGA. Holy shit! Wait, what the f- Okay. Oh, this is crazy. Oh boy. The hell is this thing?
Take it to the sky. Here we go.
All right, well, let's go. Damn, so you can just fly over to
Flashing
Lumiere.
through the sky.
It seems like at this point, I mean, it seems like you could just go straight there and just freaking do it.
Flashing
Not that I'm
through the
going to
sky.
do that, because there's so much stuff to explore, but... So, we still... Can we go underwater now? I like how we're like... fucking master of the universe now, and we still can't. Still can't go underwater. All right, so Holy shit. Okay, I should not have scrolled down. I don't know why I did that. So this one, I guess let's level this up. Because it's weird. We got the Pictos, but then it also said that we unlocked, like, the Painter Pictos power, which, I mean, I guess maybe that's referring to this, but I don't know. It's weird. Maybe only Mael, because she's, like, she's real, is the one that maybe she just, like, bypasses it innately? I don't know. I want to try Mael's new ability.
I'm ready.
Requires 7 charge. Dendal requires 8. We don't do fucking anything with her.
Let the ink flow.
Yeah, maybe we should have leveled up first.
Elements converge.
Well, that's fine. Wait, am I not at... Oh no, I took... My crit chances. This is scuffed.
Danger! Watch out, Minoko.
I'm fucking trying to parry, dude. It's too hard. This ain't looking
Careful,
good.
Mael.
Ready to attack. Please hide.
I still don't have enough. Oh, this sucks ass, dude. This is so shit.
That's better.
Your turn to shine. The fun begins.
You know what? I'm gonna reload.
Once we're ready, we can head to Lumiere.
Oh, it didn't actually save when I put on the other one.
Flashing through the sky.
Well, maybe we don't want to fight those guys. They do quite a lot of damage. Trying to remember if there's anything that we didn't do in the starting area here. Does look like there's an island. I don't think it's anything. There's something over there. Ooh. This guy looks kind of scary.
Careful, Mael. I'm back. I'm ready.
That damage. Honestly, I feel like I need to go back to areas that were in the early game that I didn't finish. That like were actually accessible, because I feel like all the new stuff that I've unlocked is quite challenging.
Take it to the sky.
What's over here? Ooh. It's the edge of the world.
Hang on tight.
This is rain. Dark Gestral Arena. I mean, Dark Shores was accessible. I feel like I remember that being pretty strong. Maybe it's not red anymore, though. We did spawn next to it after all. Or wait, is that where we came out? No, it's still red.
Flashing through the sky.
Yeah, what happens if I go over to these guys now?
Hang
Yes,
on tight.
they're just chilling.
Here we go.
Take a look at the arena. Nah.
Flashing through the sky.
Raise relationships? All of my relationships are already maxed. I can't talk to them anymore at the moment. But thanks for the unwarranted advice. I appreciate it. Wait, were we able to go? Oh, what is this?
Perfect.
Wasn't sure if that was an enemy or not.
I'm ready.
Oh yes, another
Just kill us. These enemies are getting like
Let's finish this.
fucking 10 turns in a row. They're way too strong.
the sky.
Oh, there's a merchant. I don't even know if I want to try to fight that guy. Oh, pure outfit for Minoko. Oh, hell yeah. He's looking good.
Taking to the sky. Flashing through the sky.
Yeah, what? Am I blind?
Hang on tight.
I don't know, maybe the enemy spawns after you, like, kill that other guy? I don't know. I don't think I made it over here before either. These enemies are probably also super strong. I mean, honestly, the enemies that were near Darkshore did seem at least doable. They did a good amount of damage, but I did decent damage to them at least. Alright, well, we procced burn.
Elements
No.
converge.
Sweet taste of battle.
Jesus. How much health do you have, dude?
Your turn to dance.
I'll do it. Let's finish this.
Just fucking kill us, honestly.
I'll do it.
Ready to carry.
Dude, look how many turns they get.
On me.
Need more speed. I need a lot more fucking everything, man. I'm just gonna load. I don't know. I want to see what how much damage my new ability does, but I don't want to wait through 7 turns. So. All right. I don't know where to go. I feel like the game really doesn't. It doesn't really help you in terms of figuring out what is manageable at the moment. I almost. I mean, I could get the Pictos for the Pictos power, or I mean, I could fight some like low-level enemies, so I unlock the Pictos that removes the cap. But I don't actually do that much more damage than the cap as it is. So
Here we go.
also, I don't even know where this guy goes.
Flashing through the sky!
What's my weapon levels? I have 19 on everything. There's also the fucking dragon over there. Flying casino. Hey, it's not red. Casino. Hmm. Bunny?
Is that a casino?
There's space whales. Wait, hold on. I need to see something. Sorry, I had the most random thought when I saw these space whales. Dark and Darker in like the early playtests used to have like when you would go down into the red in Dark and Darker to go down to like another layer, you would get put into these like boxes, these like see-through boxes with space whales. And I was just wondering, like, I wonder if it's the same whale. Probably not. It's so random. It's just...
Boy. Yeah, they.
This is the whole world. What do you mean by the whole world? I ended up here after the fracture and couldn't get back down, so it's my whole world. Do you want help getting back down? Nah, I'm good. Who'd watch over things if I left? This place is a living piece of history. Used to be the place to be, you know. Play some games, drink some drinks, gamble a bit, all the fun stuff. Now it's like, well, you know. Anyway, just don't talk to that dimwit over there.
Boy.
Ooh. Such a downer stuck in the past. Talk to him and it'll drown you in nostalgia. Ooh.
Useful.
What did you miss? We're at the casino. Could you peasants please cease that infernal shouting? Hello! I have no interest in conversing with uncultured humans. Leave. Why were you not answering? Oh shit, I was correct. I do need Minoko. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? What are you doing hiding in here? I'm a lone intellectual, cast aside by my people whose constant obsession with conflict drove me away. We are fellows, then. So it appears. Isn't this the old Gestrel Casino? Indeed it is. I maintain this place even after its fall, so its history is never forgotten. Before the fracture, I ran this establishment, the joy of seeing people revel in their fortunes, and the despair when they lost it all. I miss those times. You must move on, my friend. Leave the past behind and look towards the future. I wish I could, but the illusion of past happiness is more appealing to me. My friend, your clothing is a disaster. You should wear something befitting your stature. Here, try these on. They're from ancient times. Now you look like a true gentleman from simpler times. Thank you, my friend. Oh, it took the pure stuff off. Oh, shit! Oh my god, Minoko. Look at him go. Wonder if I can talk to him at all, or like talk to this guy anymore. Probably not. Oh. Cool. All right. I like how this whole area is just to give Minoko a suit. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go get a drink. I need some water. I'll be right back. I'm back. You know what? I need to do a stretch too. Minoko's been getting a stretch in. All right. I am ready. Honestly, with how much damage some enemies do, I should probably just like fucking respec all into... Like, it might be good to actually respec my characters now that... Oh, you know what? We never killed this guy over here. I'm gonna think of it. Let's just kill these guys and unlock the... Let's try to unlock our Pictos power. Let's kill some pleb enemies.
Violence.
Nice.
Hang on tight.
Are you telling me I don't do enough fucking damage to kill these? What is this? What is this shitty ass damage? The non-subbers today are crazy? Yeah, I'm sure they are. The thing is, the longer a game is out, the worse the backseating becomes. That is why I went into local sub and I have never looked back. Like, I honestly probably would have quit the game if I wasn't in local sub, like, genuinely. I think chat would have ruined it completely.
Go.
Roma is flowing.
Beamer, you're not doing the most efficient thing at all times. Let me tell you what you should do. All right, painted power. How much does this cost? 5. Okay. Yeah, that's... All right, well, let's equip that on everybody. Everybody get your painted power. Holy shit, second chance is 40. Wow. Honestly, I feel like this painted power thing should just be like... Well, I mean, it's whatever. It should just be like a fucking default for every character, honestly, but whatever. 5 is cheap. I figured it would be cheap.
Hang on tight. Flashing through the sky.
Where are we going, SKA? Oh, right. There's this place. I was wondering what this was. Can we go? Oh, Endless Tower. Okay, this isn't red. So that's good. Oh. Wait, what? That's so weird that they have like, I mean, I guess it's just to show that the entrance to the tower, it's just funny that there's a portal that leads to a portal. Interesting.
That's where she used to paint.
I don't think the other portal is red either, though.
Create.
Yeah.
A proper challenge.
I must say, you've surprised me. I didn't expect you and your friends to succeed. I certainly didn't expect the doppelganger to pull you into his schemes. He was supposed to keep an eye on you, not recruit you. You did well. All that's left is for Renwar to clean up the canvas. We won't let him. Alicia, don't be emotional. You know this is necessary. Spare me that drivel of how much this canvas means to you. I've spent far more time here than you. I painted half this world with verso. We went on adventures while you sat reading in your room. It was perfectly fine leaving Maman here to work out her sorrows, and if you insist on staying too, well, that's your choice. But Renwar will not stand for it, and I need him to help me with the real conflict outside, not waste more of his time in here. Enough. I grow tired of repeating myself. Renwar will do what needs to be done. Why don't we have some fun instead? Okay. Show you what you missed out on all those years hiding in your room. It's a game Verso and I used to play. I've sketched some figures, doodles really. I believe your friends called them Nevrons. It's a creative name. I like it. Verso and I named this challenge the Gauntlet. Survive them all, and I'll show you a true drawing. Every canvas has its own rules, and I find death a boring outcome. Don't you, Alicia? Is this the Pantheon? I've managed to only go to areas you haven't yet. Yeah, well, I mean, Act 3 seems so open. It's like, you can really do whatever. I mean, hell, you could just go straight to the end of the game, I feel like. You just do the main story. I mean, hell, maybe doing the main story is what you're meant to do to like, get stronger, but That's boring. Okay. Well, we can try this. I gotta say, I'm not particularly optimistic.
It likes you.
Well, could be worse, I guess. How much damage does this do? 30k we're doing. Holy shit, okay. Damn, that move is fucking crazy. Why does that move do so much fucking damage, man?
Elements, converge!
En garde!
Your turn to dance.
Oops.
Here.
Oh yeah, she has second chance anyways. Are those roulette hits? Oh, okay, there we go. Wow, oh, I'm getting grandiose catalysts. Those will also increase my damage a lot. Oh shit, I didn't see what it said. Do I need to... Okay, you get healed after it. Man, I don't know if I want to keep using this one or not. The dark stains are kind of cool though. I guess we'll do it for now. We'll do, I mean, we're gonna get a bunch of these anyways, so it's fine. I mean, we can upgrade weapons to level 32, so.
I'm ready. Danger!
Oh, really?
I really need
Push
more.
forward.
I don't have a good, I don't have like, my only AoE on her. Oh wait, we can just kill her. The IGN Elden Ring boss reveal? No. Oh yeah, let's see. Extreme void damage, one hit. All right, how much does this do?
Firing! Die!
80,000? Nice. Dude, holy shit, you get so much XP. Oh, was it 290k? I mean, that's still like... Yeah, that's a lot. Oh shit, it's Pontiff. Jesus.
I'd love a dance. Now the fun begins.
Here. Here.
That fucking attack is so...
I'll do it.
Well... I mean, this might be doable, but I don't know if I want to do it right now.
Hang on tight.
What the hell is this? Crimson Forest. Okay. All right, let's try to fight this guy though. We never fought this guy before. Or we tried, but we left because he did like a lot of damage. He's kind of tanky. Nothing with him, dude. Alright, how much does Genesis do at least? I mean... I don't know.
Time to bleed.
It's not great. Jesus Christ. This damage is fucking pitiful.
I won't lose again.
I don't know, dude. I don't know if I want to do this.
Let us stain them.
Like, I don't know, it's doable, but I need more damage. Or, I mean, I don't really want to be doing like a 30-minute long fight.
Son, here I come.
I think if I respec though, like I just need to get more weapon upgrades, but that's kind of like, maybe we should go to the Crimson Forest. Maybe we can get some weapon upgrades there. So I really feel like once we get some weapon upgrades, the damage is going to start picking up a lot. I mean, we could also respec our characters. I guess we could also technically just do the like low-level trials over and over again and just farm them. The ones that we were doing before in the arena. It's not as exciting, but it's 30 minutes if you don't have the 999 Picto. Bro, that boss has like 2 million HP. Or maybe like 3 million. Yeah, no, my point was that it's gonna take way longer than 30 minutes with the boss having 3 million HP. If you're not bypassing the damage cap. But Kelly Broda, I'm not gonna lie, you're always like skirting on the edge of just like wanting to backseat, but like doing it very subtly, and it's kind of annoying. So just let me
An
play.
advantage.
Great.
Hey, Jordan.
Perfect. That looks kind of sus.
Useful.
Oh. Nice. have I been up here? Yeah, okay. I just got confused. I forgot. I was sure that was the same flag, but I was looking for a visual marker that I couldn't see. No, there's no map. That's fine, though. Alright, what does this do? Fuck, it's so bright. What the hell's going on? Why is it so fucking bright? I see enemies. What? Oh. Planning on doing all optional content before progressing the story?
Useful.
Not necessarily. Before you go ahead and tell me that, like, I'm gonna make the story too easy, I know that's probably gonna happen, it's okay. We'll see. No burn.
A storm is coming.
A bit of violence, yes.
Let's dance.
Your turn to shine.
Take cover.
Oh shit.
Ah, what to choose?
You know, I want to skip the turn. Even though I probably shouldn't do this. I'm curious how strong Phantom Strike is.
It likes you.
That's terrible.
Let's dance.
We're overdue for some.
That was fucking trash, bro. What the hell? What is the... Dude, I don't understand the balance in this game. Like, it's actually so confusing to me. Maybe my weapon isn't good with that skill or something. I was stanceless. But... being in stanceless doesn't make you do like 10% damage, no? It's just normal damage in stanceless, right? So at best, those attacks were still doing 14,000. The skills are not made equal. Yeah, I mean, not that they should be anyways. Saved. Oh, did I get... Like, Minoko's weapon isn't upgraded, and his ability does so much fucking damage. Like, that fucking earth attack? Why does it do so much? I guess it's just fucking OP. Okay, alright, I'll go Virtuos and try it again. Not particularly optimistic, but... I really need to...
Careful, Mael.
Let's dance.
I really need to get more... I really need to get more speed.
Your turn to dance.
I always... Oh, come on.
What lovely feet.
What lovely feet. He's just gonna kill everything here, probably. Like, I'm just... Minoko is just carrying my ass right now. Oh? Wait, what the fuck? Oh no. Slightly concerned. Oh my god, I do fucking nothing with her. It's like pitiful. Fucking free aim doesn't do shit either. Alright, Minoko, just fucking finish him with the earthquakes. Why is the earthquake skill so fucking good, man? Okay, we're just going. I see. I can't jump back that way.
Danger!
It likes you.
I really want to get more speed. They have rage now.
What to choose?
It's funny, I have the agile mask, and I'm pretty sure using this move is still just worse than using the earthquakes.
Now, our chance. Elements converge.
We do. Fucking hell, we hit for such shit damage.
Prepare for annihilation. On me.
Your turn to shine. Your turn to shine. Your turn to shine.
Let us stay.
Please just die.
Blades sharp.
Oh my god, we are hitting for freaking such shit. We're doing like nothing, man. We are so, I feel so fucking weak right now. Maybe we... Oh, 99 is actually the cap. Interesting. YOLO full might. I don't know if that really is better than just putting points into the stats that actually scale. Damage increase for each burn on the target. Oh shit. I see. This one's probably like super good. Oh right, we have Gustav's homage now too. I forgot about that. This is such a weird level. I have really no idea what... I feel like I'm missing something. An item over there. Like, there's more enemies here now. I mean, all languages share similarities to one another. You know, maybe that's not complete. Maybe not all languages, but a good majority of them. Alright, well, I know that there's more that I could do there, and there's probably some fucking dumbasses in chat who are like, dude, oh my god, you missed the fucking super important... I don't care, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I want to go underwater, damn it. I don't know, maybe I should do the main story. I almost feel like you're actually meant to do the main story, but at the same time, you get the ability to fly right now, so... I don't know. What?
Good stuff.
Where am I? These guys are gonna fucking destroy us. Also, why do I have so much AP all of a sudden?
Let the ink flow.
And he burns? There we go.
Surge!
A bit of violence, yes.
If we get more speed on Loon, we might be able to do 2 turns with her, which would be like perfect. So we could just kill everything like instantly. Oh, we're healing this guy. Whatever. It's fine.
I'll do it.
On me!
Your turn to shine.
I
good
won't
damage.
waste this.
Oh, what to choose?
All right, Elemental Genesis, please. What? She. Oh my.
Now's our chance.
That was a big counter hit.
Meet your reckoning.
That does fucking nothing.
Prepare for annihilation.
I could have used a gradient charge. Oh, whatever. Oh no, I'm gonna heal it. Fuck. Oopsies. Doesn't heal that much. Jesus. Sheesh. Come back, Minoko.
Rage.
Gosh. Oh, what the fuck? My weapon leveled to 29? 730,000 XP? Lysum? Wait, who's that for? Who the fuck is that for? Okay. Well, that's good. Let's switch back to that one, I guess. We actually have a ton of defense and agility anyway, so that's perfect. Damage received is doubled. That is so much speed and crit though, like look at that. 600 speed. I mean, we have second chance on Loon. I guess we could put it on her. Yeah, like if we just get... Oh yeah, we have... 10% increased damage. Sure, why not? Like, if we just get a few more level ups like that, we're gonna be super OP in no time. Because that was like that's crazy that I just get level, like, insta level 29 weapon. Oh, you know what? I just thought about. I think I fought these guys before. There's
Flash through the sky.
But you can actually see the only up stuff that you gotta climb. That's funny.
Go.
There was a guy that was pretty strong before. Oh, I think he might be over this way. Maybe not. I could have sworn he's like right. It's like right here. There was like it was like a chromatic version of this guy with the hammer on the backside of an island somewhere. Yeah, we beat the sheep. No, we still can't go underwater. But the only thing there's the merchant here.
Hang on tight.
I don't think it's that guy there though.
Flashing through the sky.
Oh, is that him? No.
Hang on tight. Here we go. Hang on tight.
The Reacher. The Reacher is in red. So I'm thinking we go there.
Hang on tight. Hang on tight.
There's so much stuff to explore at this point of the game. It's actually kind of insane how much stuff like opens up to you.
We shouldn't go there.
What? Why?
We shouldn't go there.
Why not? If I want to go there. Oh.
Flashing through the sky.
Oh yeah, this island I can get on now. Isle of the Eyes.
Hang on tight. flashing through the sky.
The canvas. I wonder what we're supposed to do here. I guess there isn't anything. Oh, sorry, I just wanted to piss off the backseaters. I wonder what this does. Canvas portrait of the Descendra family. Do you wish to remove the portrait? Okay. I wonder if we could put that in the mansion. I mean, I'm like 1 hour away from the end game, or like 20, depending on what side content I do. As far as I can tell.
Flashing through the sky. Here we go. Hang on tight.
We've been to this beach? Oh shit. This looks fun. Wait. What? Oh. I see. We were here before. These two zones are on top of each other, I guess. They're connected to each other. I feel like this is kind of RNG. Unless the patterns... No! Greedy. Oh, dude, you bitch! You bitch! Okay, that right there is bullshit. Oh wait, actually no, I think I understand. They're falling at different speeds, so you can actually... Okay, it's gonna throw the double. Oh, no? Could I have just sent it? I don't know. Maybe I could have. Okay. The second expeditioner managed to climb this wall. Who was the first? I think it was someone from Expedition 60. They refused my reward. They said they would never wear any clothes. You seem to enjoy clothes. Perhaps you'll enjoy this. Found it in an old farmhouse along a cliff. It's so soft and pretty. Looking at it made me happy. I hope wearing it makes you happy too. Thank you. Was that for Mael? Hold on, let's give everybody swimsuits. Swimsuit for the whole team. Hey, Cactus, thank you for the 41 months. Thank you, man. Oh yeah, what about this dragon? Oh. Yeah. Absorbs all APs. Oh.
On me! The expedition's not over. Watch out, Minoko.
It's a good try. Almost got him. Maybe next time. Alright, well, let's not fight that dragon. We fought these guys? These guys might actually be doable, I think. No, I fucked up.
I'm back. Let me flow.
Getting better. The damage has helped a bit. I mean, honestly, we need more weapon upgrades. And we need more Pictos upgrades. Because the Pictos become so much stronger when you get them leveled up.
Through the sky.
I don't think we went up here. The chosen path. The fuck? There's 5 of them in there. I have 5 characters, so my assumption is, well, we could see what this is like. I think we have to do these fights or pathways solo, it looks like. I mean, based on what the game is telling me. Only one may enter, one warrior, one path. Yeah, so you get to choose.
Not today. Tune me in. No tricks.
Doesn't seem that tanky, actually. Oh. There's a fuck ton of... Dude, these enemies do so much damage, though. Like, what the fuck? Guess I don't have defense anymore. Well, some characters have defense.
I'll do it.
He burns.
A storm is coming.
Should have just done the fucking move.
I'm ready. Let's push forward. Quake in fear. ready to evade.
Yeah, that was a little awkward.
Chroma
That
is
doesn't do good
flowing.
damage. Come on, just hit the fucking roulette. Thank you. I assume there's more to this than just one. Oh, it is just one, okay. That's not so bad.
Foolish move. Foolish move. I'd love darts. A bit of violence, yes.
Damn, Minoko.
Sweet end of battle.
That was certainly easier. Dude, oh my god, what the fuck? I've tried to pick Sael both times, and it just failed each time. Because I don't know, like the dialogue options are like bugging out or something.
Spill some ink.
I don't know.
Blades. On me. Ready to parry. From fire.
Oh my. Holy shit.
This will hurt.
The counterattack did so much damage. I don't know if we should have used Mael for this though, because she has like the super high level weapon. No, we'll see. Oh. That wasn't very good.
If I die, so be it.
We're so weak.
Take your shot.
Whatever, the burn does a lot actually. Ugh, I'm so weak, dude. No. We're okay.
If I die, so be it.
Final path. Really thought that would have done more.
Okay. Let's gamble.
There we go. All right, one more. Verso. Oh, it's this guy.
Bring it on.
Seems tanky.
Bring it on. Here we go. Let's carve a path. Here we go.
Why does it do such? I'm doing nothing. I'm so weak. Well, we can get one more weapon upgrade for Verso at least. Oh, now we have the increased burn damage. Nice. Okay, that will actually help us a lot here. All right. Oh wow, double burn. Maybe we'll put on double burn actually. Where is it? I think we're getting like one shot either way. We can put on a second chance for him though. How much does second chance use? 40. Oh yeah, it's 40. Yeah, second chance is a really good one. Solo fight skills. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean I could. Oh yeah, I guess I could put. You right. You right. If I can remember which ones they are. I thought there's one other one. You know what? I wonder. I'm not sure if I actually ended up finishing. I don't know if I ever ended up finishing the arena. I think there might have been one more fight that I didn't do.
Again.
Oh. Oh, is that his weak? Oh yeah, he has a weak spot. I forgot about that. I'm so bad. Alright. I mean, we can definitely do this fight. It's gonna take us a little bit. The health isn't bad, though. Well, yeah, doing it in a solo run is a bit of a difference. I feel like in the late game, getting 100% crit really isn't that hard. But in the early game, it's very good.
Last ditch effort.
Jesus. Oh yeah, A rank. Look at this burn. Yeah, oh, there we go. Damn it. Head shield at least. Is it gonna kill him with the burn?
Just try
No. Still not enough. We still have a second chance. Oh, nice. Hey, Sky Eclipse. What's up, man? And torso level 20. Oh shit. The door has opened. Some of the level 20 effects on weapons are just absolutely insane.
Nice.
+1 shield if not affected by any shield on turn start. Oh, wow. Okay. That's fucking good. I don't know how it chooses which weapon upgrade, actually. I think it might be... I wonder how much lumina this one costs. Alright. That was a cool little area. We can upgrade another weapon as well. Not really sure what kind of build I want to go for, though. Triggers a lightning strike on critical hits. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. Scaverim is cool, but getting 4 active dark stains is like really hard. I feel like maybe I should switch to something else. I don't know. I mean, Lithium also does the same thing. Confuso seems really good on Verso. I mean, 300% more damage is insane. It's just, I mean, Scaverim's probably really good for longer fights. It's just if the fight is short, I don't really feel like you get much out of it, that's all. It's okay though, I guess. Whatever, we'll just give her something. I mean, you don't get 4 dark stains very often at all, but that's because fights, like I said, don't last that long. I gonna speedrun this game? Probably not. Oh, what the heck is this?
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't know if... Oh, another song. I mean, I think speedrunning this game could be fun, but the problem is... Doom Dark Ages comes out in... what, like, a week? And then Night Rain comes out a few weeks after that, so... This game is fun for random challenge runs. The game's pretty long, though, no? I mean, I guess if you're just rushing the main story, it's like 2 or 3 hours, but...
Not yet.
Yeah, I don't really have time to run this game. The speedrun is also on, like, fucking easy difficulty, though, no? We won't be playing Night Rain. I don't know why you're speaking for me, but I definitely plan on playing Night Rain. You can go speedrun this game if you want, though. I think Night Rain is going to be fun. I think it might... Night Rain... I think people might get bored of Night Rain in like a few weeks, if not sooner. But, yeah, I mean, who knows? I hope I'm wrong. I mean, I hope Night Rain gives us like a good amount of content, but at the end of the day, I don't know. It may be fun to try it solo as well. I think it ultimately comes down to how, like if they did a good job and actually spent a good amount of time at making each run feel unique, then I mean, I think Night Rain could be great. But I'm worried that, you know, after you've played it for a week, it's gonna start feeling pretty repetitive. Well, I'm definitely gonna play Night Rain with other people, but I also would like to try solo too. Hey Garlic, thank you for the raid. Gestrels are reborn after death. You may use the river when the time is right. What, when Minoko dies?
An advantage.
Hey Snua, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you, man. Yo, that guy's got a big fucking brush. For Noko. Oh yeah, that would make more sense, eh? Oh, there's a merchant. Golgra has entrusted me with a very important task. Gotta make sure all the newly reborn... Oh, we never fought Golgra! We're fully decked out with the best fighting gear, but you look like interesting warriors. Okay, fight me and maybe we could trade. Oh shit. Okay, I'll fight you. Use my L. She's our fucking powerhouse.
Go.
Hold on. What's the other one? Oh, here we go. Do like healing fire, I'm not sure. Oh, right, we don't want random defense either. We have full crit. We just want health and defense. Oh. Sure. I mean, we're at max crit, so I guess having more speed would be nice, but alright, this should be good. Hopefully. I survived. Oops.
On me.
Fucking fake. The false attack, dude. God damn you. That was the damage. Not very good. Wait, can I not heal? Don't I have the healing fire on? Okay, my counters do a lot. Oh, we just need to hit the counters. And we should try to go to Virtuoso stance.
I can do it. From fire.
I don't think we put second chance on her, though. Damn.
Let's dance.
Nice. Huge. Hey, cat dog. Thank you for the prime sub.
O Miguel está aqui.
What the fuck?
Welcome home, Ashen One.
Oh, wait. Wait, what? He just sells, like, better versions of... Damn. All right. Yeah, these are very expensive.
Go.
All right. Well, we cannot afford that stuff. Still not sure about using the river. I don't think there was anything up here, right? Thank you for the 26 months, Samoa. Thank you, buddy. How many of you guys in chat are excited for Night Rain? Kind of curious, actually. You have people to play it with? I'll play it with you, Salad. I'll play with you, buddy. I'll be playing with a bunch of different people, I assume, but... And also probably a bit solo. Loved Elden Ring for the world design, not exactly the combat. Yeah, that's fair. A bit solo. It depends what solo is like. Because honestly, the bosses seem kind of overtuned to do solo. Unless in solo... the bosses are like downscaled or something. I feel like they're gonna be really fucking tanky. Not playing with people who can't beat DS2 Rando, so what, am I only allowed to play with Ella? Is that it? Ella didn't beat it. Yeah, he kind of beat it. I've been up here.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Council voided Ella. I mean, the one that Ella beat was definitely a bit easier.
Good stuff.
What are your thoughts on the A24 Elden Ring movie? Are you trolling? It's a rumor? Okay. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if there was a trailer, I could tell you what my thoughts were, but otherwise, I have no fucking clue. I mean, video game adaptations can work, but I really don't know. Like, is it gonna be animated, I wonder? Tell me, which weapon should I wield? The spear. Find me inside the building, I will be waiting. Wait, this building? You wanna fight? Oh, that's awkward.
A storm is coming.
Any burns? Oh, nice.
Careful, Mael.
Well, this guy doesn't do too much damage. I think my best move is still the earthquakes. I mean, maybe the obscure sword. Yeah, nah, he's resistant to dark, so. Are these all low rolls? I don't know.
Hurt. Some help.
What does Mayhem do? Not bad.
Your turn to dance.
Oh, I'm dead.
I won't lose again.
Was to be expected, and yet you wish to fight so badly. My kind knows only battle. We are born into a world of strife, and I seem to be the only one who does not revel in it. Why make me choose your weapon? Can you not choose yourself? Each amongst my kind has chosen a weapon from amongst those three, yet I feel no particular attraction to any of them. I feel only duty. Is this a test? Yes, a test, in which I was the subject. When our battle began, something stirred within me, something fleeting. I almost recognized it. Is that what my brethren feel? No. Maybe. Pondered this again and again. How do the others fight so effortlessly, with such abandon? Why am I unable to do the same? Though I fight alongside them, I am an imposter. This has continued for long enough. I wish to end my life while I am still the one controlling it. Expeditioner, kill me. Are you sure? Why not find a new purpose? Ending this existence is my new purpose. It's the only fight I truly hunger for. If you will not aid me, then please go. You've made your choice, now leave me be. Oh. Okay. Wow, not actually able to kill him. I'm shocked. Well, maybe if I had chose the other option to help him or whatever, then... Sorry, buddy. Sorry, I had to check something. Whee! Alright, well... Alright. You know, technically Mael has lived not to be a fucking weirdo or anything. I'm just... Technically, she has been alive for, well...
Toilet, bitch.
She's gone through, what, like 30 years of life? Hey, Mikey, thank you for the 75 months. Well, because she was reborn as a... I'm not getting at anything. I said don't be fucking weird, chat. I'm just saying. She's been alive for like 30 years. She's gone through childhood twice. Alright, She's like, gamers, we've lived hundreds of lives. Hey, Kai. I think we can fight these guys now. I really don't want to go first on Mael though. Well, I guess it's fine actually. Fuck. I need to burn, dude.
Let the ink flow.
Oh, that's awkward.
Elements converge.
Well, we hit 4 crits anyways. Saved. Jesus.
I'd love a dance.
Let's dance.
I should have rezzed. That was stupid.
Dance begins. Still need your help.
Oops. Oopsies. I think Mayhem will kill him. Not quite. We did good damage though. And we stunned.
Yes.
That's nice. Damage is not. That damage is not very good. should be able to kill with our gun now. Auto attacks. Nice. Level 19. Nice.
Flash through the sky.
And this is weird though. It's like I actually don't really know where to go. Let's go back to the.
Here we go.
Let's go back to the Gestrel village because we could try to fight Golgra. I think. I mean, we could also just try to. Wait, who has second chance? Urso? What? My God, why is this so jank? Well, I do want to finish the hidden arena, I just can't remember where it is. But I do think, yeah, I think there's one fight that we didn't do, or we might have done all 4 of them. I don't know. Hey, Verstovsky. I mean, we could go back to some of the early areas. Maybe things have like changed. That's also possible. What? Fucking scam.
Good stuff.
Flashing through the sky.
Fine. I'll go up the stairs.
어디? 이 속에 가위로.
I can't remember if the bottom one is... Well, I think this guy's the strong one. Oops.
I'm ready.
Base shield. It's probably a really low level one, isn't it? Wait, there's quite a few that we didn't level up. Powerful if fighting alone. 50% more damage if fighting alone. Jesus, okay. Oh. I see. Whatever, let's just level these other ones up. Fuck it. Filter the ones you didn't learn. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? I don't know about the energizing start one. That doesn't really matter, actually. Alright, let's just go fight some, like, pleb enemies at the start, I guess, and just level these up real quick.
Hang on tight.
Hey, Boydum.
Hang on tight.
Chroma is flowing.
Here we go.
Let the ink flow.
I guess we could have learned the energizing start anyways, since we're just leveling up. That's fine.
Here we go. Hang on tight.
I don't know if I had solo fighter. I thought I just unlocked it. Alright.
Hang on tight.
Sure. I like how this takes 1. 1 point. Sure. There's another one that I got. Need to find it. Empowering Last Stand.
Ura fosse monoko binani. Nisu lazy. Kima mira pono idioto.
If I see this idiot, well, I mean,
Ura fosse monoko binani.
Monoko, you're foolish enough to face me again. Are you really still angry with me? There's no prize for holding the longest grudge. No prize necessary. I enjoy holding grudges. Keeps me nice and cranky. And strong. Well, yes. I thought we had to overcome our differences. You know, last time and all. No. I'm going to enjoy destroying you. Again. Oh. Jesus. Just put me straight into combat. Monoko's weak as fuck, dude. He's boned. Wait, she has like no fucking health. Wait, what? Is this like... Wait, this is like a different fight. She's like weaker in this. What?
The sweet taste of battle.
Or is she just... Maybe she's like... Wait. Maybe she's like going easy on me and like trolling me, like making me think I can win. Things settled between us now? No, but you may visit the village if you wish, or invite me next time you go adventuring. Okay, that was definitely not like... The duel is way... Oh, whoops. I swear she has way more HP than that.
From fire. Okay.
Bam, girl. Oh my god. It's okay, we have second chance.
Not leaving you behind. Ready to parry. Time to hit big.
You should be able to kill her, I think. Three grandiose catalysts. Nice.
Mumbai Kaka Expeditiono. Kato Matomaro. Gororito.
A warm-up. Ooh, Madalum. Oh, that's for her, though. God damn it. Why do I gotta get another fucking... Oh, wait, it's the Virtuose stance one. Oh, shit. Feels like there's still soft caps in this game or something. Feels like you probably want to put at least a few points into luck, because the early luck levels give like a lot of crit percent. I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like I should go do the main story, because I still can't go underwater, and so many of these areas are still red for us. I mean, I guess...
Hang on tight.
Talk to people in camp. I literally already did that when I started the stream. They didn't fucking say anything. So.
Ready to parry.
Appreciate the backseat attempt though.
I'm ready.
Hey, she's by herself now. This is fine.
On me. Let's dance. Merci. Blades sharp. Fiery. Done.
Probably shouldn't do that move unless I'm in Virtuose, but... Oh. Only 2 hits.
Good. On me. I'm ready.
Nice. There we go. Can't break though.
Nice.
Just gonna heal so I...
On me.
Oh, that takes me out. I didn't know that would take me out of Virtuose.
En garde. On me. Let's start.
Third one is so fast. Oh Jesus.
Okay.
I have all the...
Hang on tight.
I think I have everything on her. Oh yeah. The Crimson Forest was weird. I'm still not really sure what was there.
Flashing through the sky.
Take cover!
Honestly, it's probably best if everyone else just dies. Oh, I'm stunned, so I can't.
You can't leave us yet. Time to hit big.
Fuck it, let's just apply a bunch of burn. So bad.
Taking to the sky. Flashing through the sky. Son, here I come.
Your turn to shine.
Let the ink flow.
Why do I have Versa on the team?
Grace.
This is pitiful. Like, I literally do nothing. That.
Ready to evade.
Surely Elemental Genesis does at least some damage, right? That's okay.
Now was our chance.
Cost 8. And puts me in Virtuos, which is great, but apart from that, it's kind of shit.
Ready to parry. Finesse and grace.
I don't even know what to do, man. Like, having the teammates out is genuinely just worse. It's kind of funny.
I'm ready. For me.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, it was a 7-hit combo? What the?
Time to hit big.
Alright, well, he's fucking dead, I'm pretty sure. Cheater, always play twice in a row. Oh, that does seem pretty good.
That was one of her first creations.
Cheater costs 40 as well, yeah. Yeah, that's... not surprised. Why, dude, it honestly does feel, though, like at this point of the game, just using solo Mael is just, like, the best. Like, you genuinely just don't even want to use your teammates.
Hang on tight.
I mean, nobody else even is coming close to Mael's damage. Although, well, I will say Verso, I don't know. I think it's probably good to put Verso in instead of, because like the thing is, if Mael is building burn, because in Virtuo's stance, every burn applied is doubled, and okay, so this is what's even crazier. In Virtuo's stance, burn deals double damage, but then you also have Confuso, which increases burn damage by 50% per rank up to 300%. So like, I don't know if these stack, but if they do, then you're getting 600% burn damage. Assuming... Like, I don't know, that's insane.
Through the sky.
I can't remember where the frickin' chromatic jar guy is. I swear, he was on some, like, island.
Flashing through the sky. Here we go. Here we go.
So if you aggro this guy solo, do you just eat you and you just lose? Probably not. Oh yeah, I get to play twice now.
Let's dance. Let's dance. Okay. I can do it. Let's spill some ink.
Oh my god, this fucking cheater thing is... I'm so OP, dude. Fucking burn, bitch.
Okay. This will hurt.
There we go. I can't go into fucking... Am I silenced forever, dude? Bastard.
I'm ready.
Alright, I think the silence is gone.
On fire. I'm ready. Fiery. Done. Let's dance.
Whoopsie.
Well, thanks. Ready to parry.
I'm bad. I don't even want to send in the reserve team because it's going to take longer than if I just reload. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually fucking joking? That's so fucking stupid, dude. I guess it didn't save because I was in the air.
What? Through the sky.
It's fucking dumb. It's really fucking stupid.
I won't disappoint. From fire.
I don't even know what to do because of I lose Virtuos either way when the
On me.
thing ends.
On me. From fire. Let's dance. Okay.
Dude. Whatever, man.
Okay. Firing.
Come on, just fucking one-shot him. Okay. Nice.
That was one of her first creations.
Flashing through the sky. Sun.
I swear to fucking God, game, you better fucking save. Here you go.
Flashing through the sky.
I don't even remember where that other guy I fought was. Arena time? Didn't I already finish the arena?
Through the sky.
Or did I do the arena after I got the cheater one? I don't know, I think you just weren't here, I guess. There's a dark arena.
Flashing through the sky.
You know, I already know about the dark arena, but like... No, I'm not gonna do that right now.
Flashing through the sky. Flashing through the sky.
Where the heck was this guy? Sorry, I really don't like people telling me what I should do.
Through the sky.
I'll probably save the dark arena for last now.
Flashing through the sky.
Dude, I cannot remember where that. I feel like it was over here. Well, this is the start of the game, so. Hey, Cornfake, thank you for the 10 months.
Good indeed.
I don't know.
Flashing through the sky.
Oh, I never fought this Frost guy.
Flashing through the sky.
Let me flow.
Oh, I want Verso in the team, though.
Brace yourselves.
My, what lovely feet.
He likes the feet. This one's actually not that tanky.
Finesse and grace.
Just give ourselves AP. Will this one shot? Probably. Oh, maybe actually. Oh, almost. Oh, Jesus, that hurts. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to kill guys. I should have broke. No, we.
From fire.
Oh, really?
Bro.
Okay.
Oh, we had a shield. Easy. Oh, we got 5 Lumina.
Flashing
Where is
through
this
the sky.
virgin, though, that I fought? Seriously, what the fuck?
Flashing through the sky.
He was just in such...
Flashing through the sky.
I'm like... Dude, where the fuck was this enemy? I'm losing my mind, man. Just going in circles.
Flashing through the sky.
What? There's an enemy there? Oh, what? Huh?
Let's
Wait,
push forward.
Wait, are these the ones? What the fuck is even going on? Is that the... I guess I found it. I shouldn't have killed this guy because he's burning. Well, whatever. Well, no burns.
Ready to parry.
Nice.
Your turn to dance. The fun begins.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
No margin for error.
Flashing through the sky.
Alright. Wait a second, did it save?
Through the sky.
I gotta say, it's kind of annoying that you can... It's kind of annoying that you can like trigger fights while flying, but then when you get out of the fight, it doesn't save anymore because you're flying, so therefore you just, well, yeah, you just fuck yourself over. It's kind of annoying.
Spill some ink. Let's spill some ink. From fire.
Careful now.
On me.
I should just do this fight solo,
Matched.
but I'm curious how much the burn damage will do here.
Bring it on. Oh well.
Oh, that's the problem though. I don't have anything on Verso, so he just gets fucked if I have to fight with him. My ult can actually tank stuff. It's funny how this game is actually, at least in Act 3, this game seems genuinely easier if you play with only one character. Just kind of ironic.
On me.
We really need to get the thing that gives us AP.
From fire.
AP when we parry. Oh wait, we can just energy ourselves and then... Oh, but we lose our... Motherfucker.
Okay.
Alright, well... Time to one-shot. Probably. Okay, yeah, this is really stupid. I don't understand, like... So you say Stendhal is easy mode, but my counterattacks also do like 2 million damage. It's not even just that move, it's just this character. This character just does like 30 times the damage of everybody else. Every character becomes broken. It doesn't feel like that, but... Feels like my L is just leagues above everybody else. Verso seems, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's like highly dependent on the weapon. Also, Sael has like, or sorry, not Sael, Mael has a level 27 weapon, also like 29. But Verso does seem really good with Confuso. Because you can build up insane amounts of burn stacks. I feel like Verso could be kind of equal to Mael. Just because the burn, I don't know, the burn damage actually seems to get pretty insane. Yeah, I think part of the problem is that my other characters are stuck at like level 20 weapons. Meanwhile, Mael has higher level ones. I don't know, it kind of feels like I should just go do the main story. Or, I mean, or just, we could just fucking kill everything with Mael. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's kind of weird feeling, actually.
Flashing through the sky! Here we go! Woohoo!
Spill some ink. From fire. Let's dance. On me. Okay. Not looking good.
I mean, apart from Stendhal, though, I feel like... I don't know, man. Everything else just does, like, fucking nothing. I guess I'll just keep fucking attacking this guy, dude. I don't know. I'm kind of like AP starved. I need more like AP generation.
From fire. Finesse and bliss.
That last one is slower, even though it doesn't seem slower, but...
Blades sharp.
Well, I can probably just kill with Stendhal now. Oh, no. Guess I should have been in Virtuose. My mistake.
Blades sharp. From fire.
Oh, the fire ran out. Oh my god. Oh, nice.
You can't escape.
I don't know, I almost wonder if, like, is this attack... I wonder if this attack is, like, bugged. Stendhal. It feels like everything else is... I just... Why does it do so much? Poor Peso. Oh, it has the same one. Base attack applies 2 burn stack per rank. Wait, per rank? Sheesh. Seems good. I mean, because if you're rank S, that's 20 burn from 1 attack, I think. I mean, honestly, Confuso does a good amount, though, too.
Useful.
I thought I picked those up. I thought I picked those items up before.
Useful. Useful.
Oh yeah, we need to take these shitty Pictos off of him. I mean, look at this one. 800 deep, like, the stats of these ones just are... I don't know, the stats of these are insane. You should actually start getting so much fucking, like, health and everything. Still haven't leveled up. I kind of wish Verso went first.
Ready to strike.
Like, the thing is, we don't...
Just try it.
Please survive.
I'm impressed.
Nice. don't have any way to. I don't have any break on her either. I don't know. I feel like I need to. We should probably get rid of Spark at least. That ability is so bad. What the fuck? I don't get it.
Please survive.
You're outmatched.
Okay, we can break them.
Phantom starts.
They get 3 turns? There is actually a Picto that lets you break with counterattack, I thought. I'm like pretty sure that actually is a thing.
Just try it.
Please survive. From fire.
Oh, very nice.
Firing.
I mean, it is kind of hard to get the AP to use Stendhal, but that's just because my build isn't set up for it. More than anything. Also, probably putting the cheater Pictos on everybody, or like the cheater Lumina. It costs fucking 40, but playing 2 turns is kind of OP, a little bit. Oh, 3 shields on battle start, but max health is halved. Oh, wow. Okay. It's pretty good, too. It only uses 10 Lumina? Bruh. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, that will help.
I really fucking... Okay, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna flee.
That's cover path. Let's carve a path.
Time to hit big.
Maybe Phantom Strike actually will do damage now that I probably still absolute fucking trash.
For annihilation. Finesse and grace.
It was better.
Oh well. Oh well.
That's no knowledge.
Not impressed. Oh well.
Let's dance.
Bring it on.
How many turns do these guys get?
I'm ready.
The damage is so bad unless you're in Virtuoso stance for whatever reason. It's crazy.
I'll manage. Not too slow.
The dance begins. You can't escape.
Virtuoso stance is nice because I get, well, I get the extra turn either way, but I will Phantom Strike again. But wait, Cheater doesn't work with.
Good stuff.
I don't know. I like Corpesso, but you need to get your rank built up before Corpesso starts being good. Whereas Confuso just applies a fuck ton of burn. Like either way, I don't know. Kind of hard to say, actually. There's like a double burn as well, but that's pretty bad. How much chroma do I have? 194k. We could go back. Has a skill that sets his HP to 1, that puts him in S rank. That's true. He does have that. That would probably be good. I don't know. I'm like scared of min-maxing my build too hard because I feel like I'm gonna... Every fight is gonna become so easy that I am gonna get bored. I don't know, it's like already starting to kind of get to that point. Not that I'm getting bored, but I don't know, it's just...
Hang on tight.
I don't want to just go to Lumiere. Yeah, Last Chance is also super OP.
Wait for us here. It's dangerous for you near Papa. We'll have to move fast. I can't maintain them for very long. Tomorrow comes.
Oh. All right, hold on. Let's go back to the camp.
Who's going to upgrade our pick?
How did she just say?
Who's now?
I can do it.
Wait, what? What do you mean upgrade Pictos? Who the fuck? Nobody was able to upgrade our Pictos. Apart from that one merchant in the fucking Gestrel River. What is she even talking about? Maybe... What? Yeah, I know that you have to kill random mobs. I've been playing the game for like 40 hours, bro. That's not what we're talking about. She literally just said, who's going to upgrade our pick... Holy shit, 18 levels? Damn. Sure, more attack power, why not? Okay, this last chance is actually like incredibly fucked. Well, we can Gustav's Homage to go to Virtuos, or just use Last Chance. I mean, the thing is, you could just, with the Cheater perk, you can just Last Chance, which switches you to Virtuos, gives you max AP, and then your next turn you just do the fucking thing, and they're just dead. What about Verso? I know that he's got something... Maybe I already have the skill? Oh, here it is. Overload. Hold on. I want to go back to that Gestrel River place. I want to see if I can upgrade the double burn stack thing.
Flashing through the sky.
I just have to remember where it is, though. Where was it, actually? I think it was in one of the... It was on like one of the islands, I think. Or wait, no. I remember. It's in the blue area. Over here, I think. Maybe. I assume this guy will be able to upgrade my burning double burn thingy. Maybe. Oh yeah, there it is. Level 20. Solidifying is okay, but it only uses 10. It only uses 10 lumina, so it's like...
Go back.
Yeah. Like augmented counter does give a fuck ton of health and crit, which is good. It only uses 3 AP, but like the thing is, or 3 lumina, but we already have we already have, wait, this one's only 10? It's crazy. I want to put cheater on Verso, but I don't really know what I should take off. What do I have that's using so much? I guess healing fire we could take off. Yeah, and this is why I feel like just going all in on 1 or 2 characters is better than splitting it up. I like combo attack a lot, man. I don't know what to... I don't know though. I haven't been trying to min-max super hard. I don't know if getting the cheater, maybe putting cheater on Verso isn't worth it. But it's just the skill for Verso. Wait, what does this do again? It refills all AP, increases rank to 1A. So like if I have cheater on, I can do that, and then I can apply so much fucking burn. I think we have enough. Oh no. All right. Can't believe we have a level 29 on this.
I don't usually get this nervous, but... Oh, I'm nervous.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's not that I didn't care before. I cared about the mission, but now...
Now it's personal.
Alright, sure. It's kind of silly that after, like, you have to leave the camp. In order to progress the quests, you have to leave the camp and set out on, like, the greatest expedition or whatever it said before you can do any of this stuff.
I'm going for a swim with Esquier. Care to join?
Oh, that's fitting. Also, I'm like right on. I'm acting as his head right now.
Did Esquier put you up to this?
Swim.
Whatever do you mean?
Esquier's been nagging me incessantly about swimming.
He did say you're a terrible swimmer.
Very good.
Esquier.
Very good indeed.
Well, you always seem uneasy when we travel over water. You should learn to swim. That way, you can save me if I fall into the water.
You can save yourself.
What happened to teamwork? What if I'm injured or unconscious?
Your hypothetical situation is quite specific. I guess it is a good idea, though.
It is. Go get changed and meet me at the lake.
Okay.
He's got secret swimsuit.
For the record, I do know how to swim. I mean, I grew up on an island. It's just I have an aversion to swimming.
Oh, I can help you with that. I had an aversion to Minoko, but I got over it.
Oh. Do share your secrets, then.
Exposure. Avoiding just makes it worse. Oh, I tied myself to Minoko for a month, and we spent every minute of the day together. Well, Noko tied us together, but anyway. Now we're best friends.
This is your idea of an inspirational story?
I was also the swim captain at school.
Is that supposed to be impressive? That you swam with other kids 100 years ago?
I'm still a good swimmer now. It's not something you forget. Come on, let me help. It's about control. We need to help you feel in control of the situation. Give you time and space to react, and not panic.
All right then. Oh, wise and skillful swim captain. What first?
Just sit here in the water for a little bit. Then, when you're comfortable, we'll go a bit deeper. Then a bit deeper still, until we get to the trees on the island there.
I did it. I can't believe that worked.
And you doubted me.
You are indeed an excellent swimmer. And teacher.
Now, let's see you swim back.
What? No inspirational pep talk this time?
So you admit it was inspirational?
It was... something.
Actually, are you feeling adventurous? How about we stay here a little longer?
Verso...
What's wrong?
I'm afraid things are different now. I help can bring Pierre back. Sorry.
Oh. No, right, of course. I understand. Don't worry.
I do think we should spend the night here, though.
Hey, Pierre isn't back yet, alright?
You do?
Our time together was special to me. Let's celebrate it one last time.
Let's, celebrate.
You can show me your other swim moves.
I do have excellent technique.
Level 6? Holy shit. You spend hours on the island. They're exhausted, so the swim is more complicated. Oh, we got a song. And swimsuits? Wait, didn't we already have those, actually?
It's strange watching her.
Mael.
She has the power to remake our world. She's a Patress, but also our Mael.
Yeah. She's our Mael.
An awesome choice, stranger.
You said you traveled with other expeditions.
Yeah. Some.
Did you ever travel with the 46?
46? No. Why?
Oh, nothing. I thought maybe.
What is it? Lune?
My parents, they
were Expedition 46. I didn't travel with them, but I have come across their trail.
You have?
Yeah. On Siren's Island.
Oh.
I can show you.
Really?
We probably should put some more fitting clothing on, but that's okay.
Yeah. Come on, it's not far. Especially now that Askia can fly.
No. No, we can't afford detours right now.
Well, if you change your mind, we can go anytime. It's not far. On the outskirts of Siren's Island.
Thank you.
Whose fault is that? It's all your fault, Perry. To be honest.
Mael.
I'm getting quite tired of people telling me to go home. So please, no more.
Fine. As you wish.
They're counting on me. I won't abandon them. And I refuse to abandon you.
Mael.
I'm getting quite... They're counting on... I found the letter.
What?
From Alicia. I need to see her. I want to talk to her and understand.
Understand what?
Why, Maman?
What? Kept her scars? No. Don't go messing with her head. She doesn't need that, and she doesn't owe you any answers.
She's the one who kept coming to me. I think she wants to see me.
Just leave her be. Please.
Vaso, you're not doing her any favors. You already destroyed her world. Maybe I can help her. She doesn't owe me, but maybe I owe her. And let's not talk about what you owe her. Don't you want to see her too?
Yeah, of course. She doesn't want to see me, though. Not after... everything.
Then she can throw us out and we'll leave her alone. Is that a yes? Great. Where is she?
If I had to guess... there is a place she loves. At the top of the mountain. Near the monolith. With... the third axon.
Oh. that, Axon. I guess we're climbing.
So, how are you going to win back their trust?
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Can't rely on good hair and charm anymore. So, what's the plan? Well, at least everyone's still talking to you. That's a start.
Everything okay?
How does it feel? Reaching one's goal after so many years. At the end of the day, I'm just a gestural. I always support you, but still.
Will a duel help you feel better?
Not today. I know I shouldn't grow attached to humans. They are ephemeral creatures. They come and go. And when they go, they never come back. Yet, I share their sadness. I share their joy.
Because Verso knew what you were like outside the canvas, and I know what you're like inside here. You are the most loyal friend, and certainly not just a
Oh yeah, I missed this by the way, but apparently Minoko is a dog in the real world, by the way.
When I left you 10 years ago, I convinced myself that it was for the grandest sake. But really, I could no longer watch the death of expedition after expedition.
Where do you learn that? Like in the epilogue section where you're playing as Alicia, in the room before the painting, there's like 2 dogs inside a bed. I missed it though because I was like kind of rushing that section because people were... Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's Minoko and Noko, yeah.
Yet here I am with you again. Am I loyal because that's who I am?
I was watching somebody else like play through that section and I saw that.
You've kicked my ass enough times to know that it's just who you are.
That is very true.
Now don't get too arrogant.
Sometimes I wish things could go back to how they were before. When we could play with Clair, Aline, and Renoir. It felt like nothing bad could happen to any of us.
Good times never last.
Bad times seem to have made themselves comfortable, though.
Well, it's up to us to make sure they go away. Want to go hunt some Nevrons? We are absolutely not ready to take on like in the good old days.
That would warm my heart.
Then let's go get cut in half.
Let's go get chopped in half. They battle a few Nevrons in the middle of the night.
So,
you're really
can't rely. Well,
I can spend time with them again?
it is a beautiful evening. The colors in the sky, the shining of the stars.
Oh, we're kind of bloody now.
Tonight is a night full of promise.
Is it?
We shall bring Noko back.
I thought you wanted to wait until things calm down.
Who knows how much time tomorrow will allow? No. Let us give Noko the gift of today. It's a simple journey to the sacred river. We're not far. It's close to the station.
Golgra won't be happy that you're jumping the queue again.
I'll deal with Golgra later. You helped me bring Noko back once before. Will you help us again, my friend?
Always.
Sacred River is not far from Minoko Station to the north. So
you're really enjoying.
Can't rely. Well,
told Minoko I'd help him bring Noko back. Okay, so alright, cool. I was wondering, so these are actually like missions that you can do?
I'm getting quite tired of the counting.
Help her find Alicia, she's with the last Axon, right?
It's strange.
Mael.
She has the power to read.
Yeah.
Should be close to Cyrene's Island.
I don't usually.
Yeah.
It's.
Now it's personal.
Oh, we can actually spend time with her again. I was gonna say, I don't think there was like any quest with
never told me.
CL.
How do you go from being a farmer to running a school?
What? It's not obvious.
I'm not as smart as you. You'll have to connect the dots for me.
It's good that you can admit I'm smarter. Pierre used to volunteer at the school, teaching the kids how to sail and survive in the wild. After his death, I was in a bad place. Being at the school, I still felt bad, but at least I could feel his presence. Hear stories about him from the kids. Continue his work.
Makes sense.
I understand why your mother did what she did. She wanted to feel closer to her son. To still feel Verso's presence.
Would you have created a copy of Pierre? If you could. Knowing it wouldn't be the real thing.
If you ask me now, then no. I've seen how this torments you. I wouldn't wish that on others, but if you had asked me back then, I would have done anything to see him again. To hear his voice.
Hey, Jack.
To feel his arms around me. Every day, I just felt the lack of him. The negative space he used to inhabit. The dip in the chair where he sat. The hollow of his shoes. The emptiness.
Wonder if we're gonna have to find another rock for Esquier.
You want to know why I dislike water? I tried to drown myself.
Oh.
What?
When I lost Pierre, I tried to swim away from Lumiere. I swam for as long as I could. As far as the waves would carry me. Until I could no longer swim. But I woke up the next day in Lumiere. On the docks. I was alive. And I have no idea what happened. What I didn't know then, what the hospital told me, was that I was pregnant. But that I had lost the child.
CL.
I desperately want Mael to bring everyone back. To bring Pierre back. But I don't know how to tell him. I lost our baby. She would have been 6.
I'm so sorry.
Dark and personal, right?
I've, had similar thoughts before. Not of drowning specifically, but, you know, it would solve a lot of problems. For everyone.
Verso.
It's a choice. Like any other choice.
It is.
But there's a creature that Verso painted into his canvas. One who always helps people when they become consumed by their dark thoughts. Yes. Him.
Level 7? Max? Dang, so I guess the other ones get maxed. Level 3 Gradient? CL and Slice. I think the other ones get maxed if you finish the like side quest or whatever, I guess.
Lui étincelle, fragment essentiel. Éclat,
Fuck it.
ton regard vigilant du néant coexistentiel, splendeur de l'arc-en-ciel. Sentinelle, va-et-vient.
Yeah, like you get more damage from luck. Yeah, the luck scaling is so much.
Libre le vent, délivre ton cœur, aérienne ton élan et sans peur.
Or, like 40 defense. Or even a point. I mean, we still have a lot of health. I mean, Mael has fucking 2,000 defense, and I feel like she still gets fucking destroyed. So. What's his power now though? So I have 3,248 with this. 3,538. Nice. I feel like all we need is Verso and I don't know. Well, I mean, we could potentially add a third person in, but we would need to get their weapon up. Probably CL. It feels like CL. Because the thing about CL is that she gets, when she goes into Twilight Stance, she gets like fucking double damage as well. She kind of has like a weaker Virtuose. I don't know, I really liked Loon at first, and I'm sure she's still okay, but I don't know. It's just funny, like, imagine if I had just gone all in on Mael and Verso, though. We could have, like, 200 Lumina on each of them. It would be obscene. Darkstains suck. I feel like Darkstains can make you do really high damage, but they take forever to build up. Alright, let's talk to Esquier. There's still 3 of the little kids we haven't found.
I guess he's not that different from my father.
Cousins.
I can't believe you told Ciel about the wine.
Oh, well. She's very persuasive.
Really?
And when she smiles at me, I feel warm and fuzzy.
So she smiled at you and you cracked. Some secret keeper you are.
Oh, I thought I was more of a wine keeper than a secret keeper.
Well, great job there too. There's barely any wine left.
I thought you would understand. Don't lie. When she smiles at you, you feel warm and fuzzy too.
What? No, that's not true.
Are you getting warm? Your face looks kind of red. Oh, and she showed me a really cool rock.
You gave her all my best wine for a rock. It better be a special rock. What's this one called?
Oh, this rock has not yet introduced itself to me. So I don't know what to call it or what its special power is.
I see.
Oh, but Luna is helping me study it. She knows a lot about rocks.
Luna doesn't strike me as a rock enthusiast.
Luna knows a lot about lots of things. Talking to her is super fun. She's so interested and gets so excited. Just like you when we first met. You had so many questions about me and you and your...
You've been talking to Lune too?
Yes. Why? You talk to her all the time. You guys are always talking.
Yeah, well...
And you like when she gets excited about stuff too.
That's not what... What exactly are you... No, forget it.
You seem flustered.
I'm not flustered.
Want a hug?
Of course.
Yay!
Who would turn down an SKA hug?
I
guess he's not
cousins.
That's not a happy look.
Why'd you hide sorry from me?
Oh, I didn't, I was afraid the others would want to return to Lumiere if you could fly them back.
That's mean. Sometimes you're really mean. But being mean is not necessarily a mean thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, well said, SKA.
You're just like Francois.
He'd hate that you said that.
Oh! And Francois is just like you.
Swimsuit for SKA.
What do you mean by that?
Minis who hide things but who aren't really meanies. Verso, I remember.
Whoa, slow down. Remember what?
Where I lost Uri.
Uri. Right. So, where's Uri?
I left Uri in Francois' cave.
Okay. Which one was Uri again?
Uri helps me swim
Oh.
underwater.
Oh, right. Francois is not going to give you Uri without a fight.
Oh, I'd rather not fight. He was so mad last time. Maybe if if you serenade him. He and Claire used to sing all the time. It made him so happy, and you have such a lovely voice.
Oh, thanks, Esquier.
Thanks, Esk. Not sure Francois wants to hear me sing, though.
Or maybe you can dance with him. You're an excellent dancer.
Francois can dance. I've never even seen him move. Well, I guess he sort of wiggles his head sometimes. Anyway, look, maybe we can trade him something. What does he like? Flowers? Fruit? Shiny things?
Oh, I know. We trade him a different rock.
Why would he want another rock?
Because it'll be a better rock.
Better? How?
We'll make it so it looks like Francois, and we can paint a miniature Clair on top.
Sure. Why not?
Worst case scenario, it doesn't work, and you fight him for it.
Gee, thanks.
Ooh, how about that rock over there?
Which rock? Oh shit.
Cool. Ta-da! Doesn't it look just like him? I almost feel like Francois is here with us. All right. I'm ready.
What? You want to go now?
Yes. It won't take long now that I can fly. Let's go see Francois.
Is he actually gonna take me there? Oh wow, he is.
You're back.
Francois!
Don't call me that.
You have Uri. Why didn't you tell me?
Prove it.
We'll trade you. Uri for this, lovely portrait of you.
Is that supposed to be me?
I think we captured your essence beautifully.
No deal. You want Uri? Come and get it.
Oh, it's just me. Yeah.
Let's carve a path.
Radiant Slash does increased damage. Wow, Francois, you really don't have much health. That it?
Fine. Here. Pah! Take your rock and scram.
I'm getting a phone call. I think it's just a scammer. Hold on.
Oh, Uri. I've missed you. Thank you, Francois.
You can leave the other one, though.
Oh, Francois.
Oh, he likes it. You're Francois crying dramatically in the distance.
He really does miss her.
Oh, that's sad. Back at camp, Esquier swallows Yuri, his new rock.
Now that I have Uri, we can explore underwater. Verso, you're the best.
Glad I could help.
You do more than help. You're the smartest and the fastest and the funniest and the bestest and the strongest and the fluffiest.
Fluffiest?
You have the fluffiest soul.
Thanks. I guess.
You're welcome.
Aww. Can I spend time with him one more time
I
then?
guess he's not.
Cousin.
Damn. The triple? We're going max.
Francois really misses Claire, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
He
this is
waits
probably the
for her
quest.
every day. He stopped singing when she left. But it's okay. She'll be back for a visit, and he'll be all happy again.
You really think so?
They are best friends. It's been a few centuries, but she wouldn't leave him. Just like you would never leave me.
Do you miss Verso? I mean your Verso. The real Verso. No, of course you do. Sorry. I don't know why I asked that. That was stupid. I just wondered because you never mention him with me.
It makes you sad.
Does it bother you that I'm not him?
You're my friend. Other Verso was also my friend. You are cousins. Same, but each different. Why would that bother me?
Esquier, thank you. Mon ami.
Same.
Let's keep going on adventures forever.
Unbreakable and eternal bond. Aww. Esquia's words trigger Verso's imagination and inspires a new skill. Oh yeah, we didn't look at the other gradient attack that we got. Verso Angel's Eyes. I thought there was going to be a quest to like get Clea for Francois or something though. I guess not. Deal extreme physical damage 8 hits, gaining 1 additional perfection per hit. Applies Aureole to Verso, reviving him if he dies. Oh. Oh damn. Okay. And CL also got her level 3 End Slice. Deal extreme physical damage. Damage increased for each foretell consumed since the beginning of the battle. Oh wow. Jeez. That's a lot.
Let's explore.
Aren't you scared of what we'll find there?
The stones of the sea are my friends too.
Alright. I'm gonna get some more water, chat. I will be right back. And then I think I'm gonna go check out, see what the underwater stuff is like. I'm back. Oh my gosh, what the? Okay. Oh. More cutscene.
Esquier.
Are you troubled, mon ami?
When we first met, what did you mean by my terrible swimmer friend?
I didn't say that.
I remember it quite clearly.
Oh, you mean the second time we met?
What?
In the caves, yeah?
Sorry, I'm quite lost.
Oh yeah, me too. It's fun.
What do you mean by second time?
First means number one. Second means number two.
Yes, I understand that. So, was I swimming the first time we met?
Yes, you were. Before you stopped swimming in the middle of the ocean. That's dangerous.
It was you. You saved me. Back then. Wait, but how?
I heard your tears.
From so far
I had a
away.
feeling this is how she got saved. Makes sense. Oh, good old Esquier. What a good guy. What a big old lifesaver.
I heard you, so I came.
Ah, I see. Thank you.
Tears again. You sure do like to cry.
I guess I do.
Versal likes crying too.
Yes, I know.
You were looking for someone then. Did you find them?
No. But hopefully soon.
Yeah. I get sad too when I lose my stones. But I always find them again. You will find them again too.
You're the best. Mon ami.
No. So much Esquier action in the camp. All right, let's go underwater. Woohoo!
You print money. I like money.
Flashing through the sky.
Good stuff.
Oh. Damn, okay.
To the sky.
I see. I mean, I didn't really expect it to be like a new area or anything. It makes sense that it's... I mean, the other ability we got to like break the roots also just gives us more Lumina, so... There's an underwater dungeon. Motherfucker, I hope... If that's actually true, you're cringe. I never went over here. It's just like, I don't know why in somebody's mind, like I don't know if that's true or not, but even if it is, why can't the thought process be like, oh, he's curious about it, maybe I'll wait 5 minutes and see if he finds it, and then he can be excited on his own. Oh no, how about I just tell him so there's no surprise at all, and now he just knows. Like, whether or not, maybe the guy is just trolling, or maybe it's not even true. But nevertheless, it's just... I don't know, man. Like, I'm literally flying around the map going to every single water location. So... like... I don't know, man. It drives me crazy how people will spoil or like backseat something. And again, maybe what the guy said isn't even true, but it's just... Why do chatters feel the need? You'll be like a minute away from experiencing it yourself, and they just feel the need to fucking tell you about it. Like, you could literally wait 1 minute, one fucking minute, and you could just see the streamer have a genuine reaction. But no, you have to tell. God, it's like so cringe. It's fucking insane, man. Again, I know, like, I'm making a big deal out of, like, this... That backseat in particular isn't, like, the worst thing. It's just the principle, you know what I mean? I don't think there's actually a dungeon, though. Or if there is, well, I mean, maybe there is. I should probably put a pinned message about, like, the backseating. I mean, I feel like it should just be obvious not to, like, spoil the game, but... clearly it's too difficult. Dude, we are getting so much Lumina from this, though. This is fucking crazy.
Well, that will help.
Dude, how many of these do we have now? This is crazy. 35?
Flashing through the sky.
Yeah, it's annoying for chatters too. I mean, yeah, there are people in chat like that also want to experience the game and like the genuine reactions. Yeah, I don't know, man. Backseaters just suck ass. It's just, yeah, I've become so I don't know. I swear backseating has become so much more prevalent in these, like, I guess it's just because my stream has gotten bigger. But man, it's so crazy. I mean, dude, I watched a streamer who got backseated so hard on their playthrough, they couldn't even remember how to upgrade a fucking weapon. Like, they had beaten Elden Ring, and they were playing it a second time, and they didn't know how to upgrade their weapon.
Flashing through the sky!
So, I don't know. It's fucking sickening, honestly. Ooh! Oh, I think that... Oh. I think we found it. To be fair, this is pretty obvious that this is something that's actually as a portal. Now, again, I know I'm like the whole saying that, by the way, I can't remember even who said that there's a dungeon or whatever. Like, that backseat was really not that bad. Sorry, I'm just going off on a tangent because I hate backseating. But like, it's all good, but
Flashing through the sky.
wait,
Hang on tight.
was I over here before? I don't know if I actually have been here.
Oh, wow.
5% increased damage for each consecutive successful dodge. God damn it. Why couldn't you make that for parries? Can't use that shit.
Tight.
I don't dodge.
Flashing through the sky.
Wait a sec, can I don't think there's anything up here. I mean, local sub has been fine. And again, the guy saying that there's an underwater dungeon is really not, like, it's really not a big spoiler at all. It's not a big deal, and I don't want people to think that I'm like super angry because of that. I'm just going off on a rant of how much I hate backseaters.
Flashing through the sky.
It's not because of that message in particular or anything. Just want to make that clear. I bullied that one guy hard. Yeah, he's probably gone already. If it makes him feel any better, though, I don't even remember who said it, so... Like, I don't... I hope people don't take things personally. Alright, let's go use this Lumina. I mean, applying no. Honestly, inverted is pretty fucking good. Do I have teamwork on? I do. Okay. Powered attack is kind of interesting as well. Yo, Boomden, thank you for the raid. Break damage on critical hits. And that's good, I guess. Okay, she has 23 points. We have combo attack on her. Do we have teamwork on her? We do. Kind of want like more damage. I mean, wait, what? Energizing parry is 15. We should probably put that on her as well. Maybe. Sure. If you could get double cheater on, that would be insane. I don't know, energizing start is like so many points for... I mean, I guess having a lot of AP at the start is nice, but if you have a fight that actually goes on for multiple turns, the effectiveness of energizing start is like terrible, I think. Wait, what is... Wait, what is this? I didn't know that there was actual objective tracking for the side quests. Oh yeah, guys, we're gonna be checking out a... We do have a sponsored stream today, by the way. Wait, oh, the sake... Oh, for... Wait, are we gonna go get Noko? We do have a sponsored stream that we're doing in like an hour or so. We're gonna be checking out this game called... Hold on, let me double check the name so I don't say it wrong. Okay, sorry. I was checking my Discord and I had like fucking a bunch of DMs, so I was responding to people. So yeah, we're checking out a game called Savara later on. It's like a new... Apparently it's like Hades. It's one of the roguelite games? Roguelike? One of the two. Oh no, the demo was like really well received, so I'm interested in it. Seems cool. So yeah, we're gonna be checking that out later. You know, I'm curious. I was curious if there was a 2B mod for this game. There's not. Wait a sec. Wait, there's a video? Wait, no, there is. Wait, what the? No, there actually is. What the? All right. Anyways, back to the game. Sorry. Yes. Resurrect Noko, please.
I haven't been here in a while.
The sacred river. Let's make haste. I don't want her to spot us.
Manoko. Eso que mabano fo mi lazy kelly warrior.
How did you even know I was here?
Naru poquito bimido. Non è che ta de otro continento.
Fair point.
Lukito menaru. Naru desejestraro. Rico femicora nisu.
It's a stupid rule. We should just bring them all back now.
Sorimoto priva caos. Pomocoriza magistraro puricono. Plus, como pumiquira. Si tu rompe fosse de baby gestraro?
You leave me no choice then.
Oh no. Think twice, Manoko.
Are we fighting?
I have already thought about it thrice. Golgra, I demand a trial by combat.
Tu poquito revo.
Do I have to participate?
Please help me.
For Noko,
Okay.
then.
Well, good thing Verso can help. My Minoko is not very buffed up at the moment.
Really?
Oh, we get... Oh, right, we get 2 attacks with Verso. Alright. Time to burn! Burn, burn. 22 stacks of burn already. 26? You know what? Let's just give our boy more AP.
I'd love a dance.
Time for more burn. Burn! She's dead, chat. She's fucking dead. She's definitely dead.
Violence, yes.
Oh wow, I'm shocked. I really thought that burn was gonna do enough.
Foolish move.
Oh, wait, what the? Wait, dude. I fucked those counter-ups like really badly. Somehow it still worked though. I'm actually kind of shocked. Do I not have an A rank? Oh well, I guess I have overload. Oh, Endbringer. Oh wait, we can actually... Let's energy tint ourselves and hit him with the Endbringer. She's dead either way, but I want to see this move because I don't think we've used it yet. Nice. It's time for my squad session. It's leg day. Sorry, I can't finish this fight.
Come on. You're just afraid of losing.
Minoko, please, shut up.
The fight took you like 15 tries. Yeah, well, I'm kind of OP.
I won't say thank you. Thank you.
No go. But this is a different Noko.
Hey, Noko. How's my favorite merchant?
Golgra, are you crying? Not yet, I'm afraid. We have a mission. Do you remember our expedition of friends?
I don't know, because Minoko specifically was talking about how even if Noko is back, he's not going to be the same Noko that we remember, but he still knows our names, so now it's like... I mean, I guess he's not the same, but he has our memories? I don't know.
They'll be happy to see you. They were very worried. Come, let's go back to camp. We found many treasures for you to trade.
Marotura Noko tu vilaĝo. Noko ganibiva. Noko? Mi boronaka na vilaĝo?
But I'm Noko's guardian.
I know you want to keep Noko by your side, but it's safer there. You'll see Noko when we get back to the village.
Vive to bosira.
You'll be fine. Better than with you, that's for sure.
That he will be. Thanks for helping. I never understood how Golgra got so freakishly strong.
I could take Golgra by myself.
I will never show you weakness ever again.
Come on. Let's get back to camp.
Alright, back to camp we go. Yeah, Minoko, you know what, let's put his suit on. I actually like the suit that he got. It's pretty sick. Person knows his old friend wants to talk, even if he's too proud to admit it. So much lore.
You okay?
Not that it's a bad thing.
At least Noko is safe and can begin readjusting.
Every time he returns, He is slightly changed. I mourn the loss of who he was before, but he's still there. My old mentor. Thank you, my friend.
Hey, Kiliak, thank you for the 6 months. We still have another relationship level to get with Minoko. As Verso cheers Minoko up, they return to the others. Oh, we got a song!
So, how are you going to win back their trust?
You're really enjoying this, aren't you?
Can't rely on good hair and charm anymore. So, what's the plan? Well, at least everyone's still talking to you. That's a start.
Let's spend some time with them.
Noko always said that he didn't mind waiting in the queue. Why were you so adamant about bringing him back sooner?
There was never supposed to be a queue. Verso wanted us to experience the excitement of new beginnings. He gave us the gift of the river. Why shouldn't we use it? Noko found me after the fracture. Noko raised me, taught me, protected me. It's my turn to protect him. That's how it works. He took care of me. Now I take care of him. Except I can't.
Because of me.
I know why you're doing this. And I know how it might end. I'm not gambling on tomorrow.
Noko. Why help me then, if...
For Verso. And for you.
My friend.
Verso gave us many new beginnings. He would have wanted a new beginning for you too. You deserve a new beginning. If you want one. Every one of us does. Now come over here and let's snuggle.
Little spoon?
Little spoon.
Obviously.
Okay. There's another skill he had forgotten. Yeah, I mean, Minoko is his dog, after all, so... They spend more time together being weird and sentimental before returning to the others. Deal extreme single target damage, one hit, uses weapons element, fills the target's break bar and breaks it. Insta stun, cool. I will say though, stuns seemed kind of weird. Like, also, I don't know. I liked Minoko a lot, but in Act 3, I really do feel like he has fallen off like a cliff. I mean, I don't know, most of his moves just don't do that much damage, but I guess my power, like his weapon isn't high level, so maybe that's part of it. And there is still, I don't know, maybe these like these skills all the way to the right are like really strong. I don't know. It's just like some of the other moves, at least. Now, granted, what the text of the move says, it doesn't necessarily mean how good it is. But like, the text for Minoko's abilities all, at the most, it says deals high damage, right? Now, you can get increased damage from the masks, of course. But then with Mael, it's like deals very high, deals extreme damage. You know, you have a lot of like very high and like extremes. Whereas with Minoko, you don't, like none of his abilities say like very high or extreme damage. Steeled Strike also seems insane. Deal like 13 fucking hits? Bruh. You know, I wonder, there's probably some, yeah, somebody probably already did it. I was gonna say, I wonder if somebody has tried to beat the game without removing the damage cap. People probably did it on the lower difficulties. I don't know about expert yet. Probably even on expert as well.
Yeah. One person. And all the expeditions I traveled with. It'd be nice to tell them we made it.
Yes.
Just takes forever, not exactly hard. I never said it was hard. I'm just saying
things I never got a chance to explain.
There's probably somebody who's...
Is there anyone?
Yeah. And all the expeditions.
All right, we're max with CL.
It's straight.
My Al.
She has the power.
Yeah.
Syrene's Island. Okay, I wonder if that one's marked now. 'Cause I don't know if you can choose like what quests to track. Can't say I remember ever like really doing that. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, Cyrene. Cyrene was the lady.
Hang on tight.
The dancer. Well, yeah, the Axon. Oh, it's a merchant. Syrene's dress.
The 46 are nearby.
Here?
Yeah, but getting to them might be tricky.
When is it not?
Yeah, we've kind of put we haven't used CL in so long. I mean, there's been a few times we died and had to use like the reserve team, but according to Verso, past this door lies the trail of Expedition 46, her parents' expedition. Look around. There's nothing around that could help open the door. Loon studies the door. Maybe she should try. I wonder if I need to put that outfit on that I got from the merchant outside. Dancing a ballet. Oh, okay. I guess it's the music. That makes more sense. The door resonates to the music with a sad smile. Luna loses herself fully in the melody. The valley dances to the sound of the strings. As the last haunting notes fade into silence, the gate opens. How'd I open the gate? I played the musica.
My parents? No. It's Amelie and Christoph. They used to come by our house for dinner.
I'm sorry.
They were good people.
What the?
Their journal must be
Jesus.
around here.
Hold on one sec. It scared you? I'm sorry.
Let's have some fun.
I guess using a move that... And that move that does 13 hits is probably so good.
Here we go.
28 burn.
Ready to strike.
We're in A rank now. Just do that. And then now we can... We can just Stendhal right away. Is it? How much damage is this gonna do? Dude, what the fuck is that? Why is that fucking move so OP, man?
On guard.
What? Oh. I don't even know, like I like don't even really want to use this ability. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna take it off my bar. I don't know. Well, I mean, like, it's just I would like to at least see what the fucking. But at least like to see what they do. I don't know, nothing Mael, I gotta say, nothing Mael has seems that OP for me personally compared to this move. Like I don't know, it does so much, it does so much damage. I feel like as long as you don't use Stendhal, she's not that insane.
46.
Just that move specifically does so much damage for some reason.
To her infection.
Like I was
She
able to
fought
hit
off
for
that
6
blasted
million
Neville
with it
for 4
before.
days and 4 nights, saving the rest of us. But it gashed her badly. Toward the end, she seemed almost peaceful. She said not to worry. Her daughter Lune will finish their work.
Lune.
You okay?
That's me.
Let's head back to camp.
Yeah, I feel bad killing that worm so fast. I mean, I guess I could reload. I don't know, I think going forward, we just don't use. You already fought him? Have I fought that worm before? Apart from right now? Maybe I forgot. I actually don't know. Yeah, I want to try the 13 hit skill, but we need quite a few level ups before I can do that. the worm before Serena. Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. We did fight that worm. So yeah, I guess we. I think I beat that enemy like first try though. But yeah, we did fight something similar.
All my life, everything we did was about the Patris. It was a constant hum in the background. This worry, this responsibility. Just always there. Always. 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 There was no relief. Never. Even when I sleep, it's still there. Like a breath I can never release.
That's a lot of pressure.
Even her last words were still, finish our work.
It also shows how much faith she had in you.
That's one way to look at it.
And the other way?
My only value to them. Not as a daughter, but as a backup plan. For their legacy.
You really believe that?
They always said at the end of the game, there are no points for effort. Only results.
If you hate it so much, why continue their work at all?
I don't know. Maybe because I still hear their voices in my head, and running away won't silence them.
They're dead. The voices aren't theirs. They're yours. Even if they were alive, the voices in your head, the voices you listen to, have to be your own.
Sorry, I was checking what time my flight is tomorrow. I'm like, I don't know, I don't know how early I should go to the airport tomorrow because I'm worried that it's like gonna be an absolute fucking disaster because of the real ID shit. I feel like there's probably tons of people who just don't even fucking know what's even like going on. I already have my real ID. I got it yesterday. Well, like, I mean, I know what's going on. Well, on May 7th, you're required to have, like, real ID to fly, or you need a passport. So, like, yeah, normally I just arrive, like, 2 hours early, but I'm honestly worried that might not be enough time if the lines are, like, terrible, because there's a bunch of fucking people who have no idea that you need, like, the real ID or whatever, so they're gonna try to fly domestically, only to realize, only to, like, get stuck. I don't know.
Is that how it works for you?
I guess I'm just concerned that the real ID shit. Because the thing is, tomorrow is like literally the day that it goes into effect. So, yeah, it's just like a gold star on your ID, but I don't know, dude. I'm like scared that, I don't know. I'm worried that I'm gonna get stuck in line for like fucking hours.
Getting there. Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Lune kissed me. What the?
It's strange watching her.
Mael.
She has the power to remake our world. She's a patress, but also our Mael.
Yeah. She's our Mael. What are you writing this time? More notes on Nevrons?
Nope.
No. Theories on axons then, or observations of flora and fauna?
Keep guessing.
Well, I saw you interview Minoko earlier, so a treatise on gestural behavior.
Ooh, so close.
It's about me, isn't it? The strange and shattered life of Verso Descendre.
That's a mouthful.
Well...
Oh, really?
Come on. You're smiling, so it must be good.
Well, if you must know, I'm working on a song.
A song?
My parents said music was frivolous, but you know what? The voices we listen to have to be our own. And I've decided to be a little selfish with my time. Our problems will still be there in the morning.
Play me your song.
I don't know. It's getting late. Aren't you meeting CL? I'm glad she's found some happiness. Or at least some fun. But it would have been nice. Okay. I'll play the song, but no laughing or smart-ass comments.
Lune.
Alright. Get your piano. I want your opinion on this section.
Yeah, I guess Lune was the correct choice because now CL doesn't even want us because of Pierre. Skybreak. Deals extreme damage to all enemies one hit. Generates 3 light stains. Element depends on which stains Lune has the most. Oh. Interesting. I don't know, I'm tempted to add a third person to the party. I don't know if... I don't know if I would want CL or Lune. Also, wait, how the fuck have we not, like, leveled this thing up yet? Have we really only done 2 fights with it? That doesn't seem right.
Indeed.
Maybe we could stop by...
That would be love.
Could stop by the village. Maybe there's like a new merchant there. Alright, well we still have Mael's quest.
Is there anyone?
Yeah, and all the expert...
Yes.
And...
What will you do? Well, so I...
Do you need...
A painting?
Yeah. Barely been playing the game. What you mean? I'm trying my best. We're just exploring the lore, you know?
Tight.
Swim, swim. Honestly, we've actually, I mean, now I feel like we've made a pretty good progress. Also, what the fuck is this building over in this other area though? Oh, you know what? We should go back and try that one, the canvas. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here that we need. This is where we got that. We have like a painting in our inventory now. Manor family canvas. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna be able to beat the game today, but I feel like it's probably just like one more stream after this.
Hang on tight. Flashing through the sky.
Isle of the Eyes. Anonymous, thanks for the $5. Real ID enforcement has a 2-year rollout to allow warnings for non-compliance to avoid what you're worried about. Well, yeah, so like I know that you're allowed to use like expired IDs and that they, but like I've also heard that if you don't have a real ID and you have like you may be subject to like extra questioning and shit like that. I don't know. I'm just worried. I'm not worried about myself. I have everything I need. I'm just worried the lines are gonna be like really slow because of the real ID shit. But maybe it'll be like nothing's even different. Cause I'm curious, like in the past, were you able to fly domestically without, like you still needed an ID to fly domestically, right? Or did you not? Did you just need the ticket? I honestly can't even remember off the top of my head. Since 9/11 you needed ID. Well, yeah, you obviously didn't need real ID. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, it's probably fine. Oh, what the? You can also use a passport. Okay. Dude, what is going on? Is he like glitched out? Why is he reacting to me from so Wait, did he go on to the... That was so... Dude, what is going on? That was really weird. That was so strange. Dude, like, this burn buildup is disgusting. 20 burn stacks.
My sword is death. Finesse and bliss. Let's dance.
Let's have some fun.
to hit big.
Surely the burn does a lot, right?
Lost chance. Verso, dodge.
Why is this? He doesn't even have a stun meter. This enemy is so weird. What the fuck? I don't like. Wait.
Let's carve a path.
Why doesn't? That doesn't it? Wait, why doesn't that apply build-up? I guess because it goes physical.
I can do it. Prepare for annihilation.
See, now I kind of wish that I had my OP move.
Okay. Parry it.
Let's try it. Oh well. Cut him down. My turn.
I can do it.
So confused.
My sword is dead. I'm okay.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside you.
Let's carve a path.
He must be weak to like a specific element, or so. There's got to be some sort of trick to it. I mean, hell, I did a pretty good amount of damage, but maybe it'd be better just to have. I mean, having a third character for this would probably help as well. I'm sure. Wait, we should put on stay marked. Although, well, actually maybe not, because our... Wait, does rewarding mark even do anything if my marks are being turned into burn? See, it says apply 3 burn instead of mark, but I wonder... Maybe it doesn't actually do anything. I don't think it works, actually. You know, I probably need to hit the... Probably need to hit the counters on the enemy as well. Maybe I need like a ton of speed as well, maybe. Not sure. Back to the good old swimsuit. Oh wait, I missed the item up there again. God dang it. I mean, there's also Illumina that gives, like, more damage when you're low HP or something. There's SOS power. There's also shield affinity, which can give us damage. And what there's another one as well. What's it called? Glass cannon. There's glass cannon, the shield affinity. There's another one as well that gives. I can't remember. Oh, confident fighter as well is good.
Advantage.
Alright, can we make a save here? Okay, I made a save. Honestly, I kind of want to just... I think I'm going to add Loon and just put on her, like, fire abilities. Oh, whoops.
A storm is coming.
Let's try the elemental trick. I mean, I think the earth is gonna heal him, but wait, I think he's weak to dark. Unless... Wait, did that attack... Wait a sec. Oh. I think I just need to shoot the fucking...
My turn.
You know, I noticed that thing going around before, and I was like... Didn't really think about it at all. Wait. So you do damage to both when you do this.
Danger!
For now. Oh well.
Dang it. Alright, we got him.
Cut him down.
Yeah, she does a lot of damage with those attacks. Nice, 5 more Lumina too. Sick. Place is pretty empty, although, well, probably need to go over this way. Wait, what? Thought I would be able to, like, grapple here. Oh, what? Wait, what? Now I'm even more confused. What? Wait, why can I fall here? There's an enemy over there. I don't know. There's gotta be something I can do here. Jump in the mouth. There's got to be another one somewhere then. Oh. The rule of 3? Yep.
I'll do it.
He does fire, so that's probably not good for us. I think we might be okay, actually.
Let's spill some ink.
Watch out.
Combo's not so bad.
Here we go.
Any S ranks? Not quite. Oh my god, look at that fucking damage.
Shot.
You are gonna die. Base Vessessum? Now the burn is pretty crazy. Yeah, it definitely seems like we're getting to the point where, well, I don't know, we're gonna like we're gonna end up trivializing the main story. I guess we could kind of like nerf ourselves a little bit. But yeah, probably gonna fucking like 2-shot Renoir or some shit. I feel like they could have... They give you the best weapon at level 15. Are you talking about Medallum? Yeah, Medallum seems pretty OP. I don't know, maybe I might see if I can change my flight tomorrow to go out like a bit later so I can, I don't know, I really do want to finish this game before I go to PAX, just because coming back after like 4 or 5 days to play this is going to be kind of annoying. Might see if I can fly out later. I don't know if I'll be able to or not, but... Stream until flight. I don't really feel like I actually have that much. Ooh, linen and cotton. Did I not notice this guy here before? Changing flight times the day before. See, you say millionaire, but like, changing a flight actually doesn't really cost much money. As long as you are getting, like, canceling a flight, I think you can lose a lot of money, but like, a lot of the time, they don't, it really doesn't even like cost anything to change your flight time. Because I remember one time I had a flight, like, you know, I was sponsored to go fly somewhere, and, or well, you know what I mean. Anyways, I had a flight that was like given to me, like they booked it for me, and the timing was terrible. It was like at 8 a.m. or some shit, and it was like 2 or 3 a.m. and I was still awake, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna fucking die if I sleep like 3 hours and then I have to go to the airport. And I changed it like 5 hours before the flight, or maybe like 10, I don't know. Either way, you get the idea. And it didn't cost like anything. It actually, like, I don't even think it costed extra to change it. So, I don't know. Maybe that was like an exception or something, but. We still need to, we're still missing 3 of the little kids, though. I mean, powerful might be good. I mean, well, energizing attack is pretty nice. Double AP. Yeah, that's actually pretty good for our build, I think. Honestly, it's probably pretty good for Mael, too. Because I also have combo attack on her. Yeah, we still need to do Mael's quest. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Good old Ethgie.
Hang on tight.
Oh, this area is still red.
Flash through the sky.
I still don't know what this tower is. Finish story. I can't finish the story right now. Oh wait, I can actually go here now. Yeah, no, I don't have time to finish the story. The fuck? That reminds me of like the big thing in the Sekiro like giant.
Another axon. How did it get so large?
The doll,
She
yeah.
wasn't always this tall.
Straw
She's
man,
obsessed with
whatever you want to
reaching
call
the
it.
stars, so
Papa and his parables.
parables.
He never paints just to paint. Everything has to have layers and layers of meaning and purpose. Everything's a lesson.
This area is cool though.
What's the lesson with this one?
Hope.
Lizzie. My sister's at the top.
And Papa knows I have vertigo.
Alright, hold on, give me 1 sec, chat. Sorry. I gotta check something. Oh, god damn it. Sorry, 1 sec, guys. Oh, okay. All right. I have to. Sorry, I was trying to see if I could change my flight to be a bit later, but I gotta run out to the store before it gets too late. So I'm not gonna end stream, but I'm gonna put on some like Soul Salt. Put on like a Soul Salt video for a little bit. They close at like 8 p.m. and I'm just gonna go run out, and I got some like stuff I gotta pick up. So yeah, I will put a AFK video on, and then I'll be back, and I think we're gonna check out, maybe we'll play a tiny bit more Expedition. We're probably gonna we're gonna check out the sponsored game though, soon after I get back. It's a new, roguelike game similar to Hades called Savara. I don't know if you guys played the demo, but it looks pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna be checking that out. Dude, what the fuck? My mouse? Oh no. Oh, there we go. Sometimes this game bugs out and it like your mouse gets like stuck to the center of the screen.